In this insanely in-depth 4-hour course, I'm going to show you how to make an entire deep progressive house track from start to finish that sounds exactly like this. We're going to be covering everything from initial idea to final export. You can actually grab the entire project file for free down below in the description. Tons of my producer Launchpad students asked me for this one, so this is for you guys. And let's get started. So a huge part of progressive house is the structure and tempo. So we'll start there. Now for progressive house, let's just make it 125 BPM. It can range from down to 122. It's also where a lot of the melodic house stuff sits, which is kind of similar and related. But it can also go up to 128, which is probably where more of the classic trance-inspired progressive house lies. And I'm going to go in for a nice in-between value there. Now, I've loaded up a little reference track in here just to help us with structure. Again, in progressive house, structure is just so important. So we're going to actually grab some blank MIDI clips along with this reference track here, which is, I think, Twisted by Pig and Dan is the name of the track. I've just pitched it up a semitone here so I don't get flagged for copyright during the recording. Here's what it sounds like. I'll just flick through for you. So it's got that classic long, slow build up, lots of elements coming in slowly over the time. But let's just open this up a bit so we can see what's going on here. Every 8 bars, there's something happening. So I'm going to start with the intro here. That goes for like 2 lots of 8 bars, and it's kind of got no kick drum there, or like the low end's taken out. We then have the full drums come in here. So I'm going to duplicate that over 2 bars, or 2 lots of 8, should I say. And here we're going to say vocal and melody, or should we say vocal and ARP, I think it is what comes in here. So that comes in for this section. We're going to see some drum energy increase over this 16 bars here. And then it kind of starts to steady down here a little bit. We've got a little bit of a breakdown here. I'm going to color this one different just to highlight that. We're going to have a drop section. Right, and then so that's pretty much the first half of the track. Now for the second half here, we're going to break it down into the breakdown as well. So again, we're going to have full breakdown. We're going to color it the same as before. We'll break that over 4 lots of 8. Actually, it's a bit longer. For some reason, this reference track has like a bit of a weird extra section here. It's not like an interval of 8. That's fine. What I'm going to do is just kind of pretend like it continued, and then so it went for 5 bars of 8, and then we have like the drop here as well. We've also got to color this drop a little different. Maybe something purpley like this. I'm going to call this one drop 2. The reason I'm calling it drop 2 is because it's different. Like it's actually energetic, more energetic than this. Or at least it gives it that appearance after the build. And there's more of the bell in this drop as well. So more energy here, so we'll kind of indicate that there. going to call that steady. I'm going to call this outro. This is definitely an outro. And then this is just drums at the end there. So I'm going to say that's no melody. So that's kind of our basic structure, all broken up into 8 bar sections. I mean, as you'll see, a lot of them tend to be probably more 16 bar sections, but I just like to see the 8 bars because that kind of tends to be the general gist of how these songs are structured. Okay, I'm just going to get that out of the way now. We've got our structure in here. We can actually now start with our drums. We're going to make them at the drop section here, since that probably makes the most sense. We can kind of strip them back for the intro a bit later. Obviously, let's start with the kick. Super important in progressive house. The kick you choose definitely gives the character and vibe of the whole song. So we want to get that right. I'm going to color a lovely sort of, let's go like a green sort of color, or maybe even like more of this teal. Yeah, that's quite nice. Let's do that. So I'm going to go to my pre-curated samples. It's really helpful to have a bunch of samples from, progressive house or whatever genre you're making, sample packs pre-curated in some sort of collection or folder. So you can really just sift through the right sounds. And I'm going to look for a kick here. So I'm going to actually type in kick and listen to what I've got. And that one's nice. Maybe this one. Might bring this one in for now and just see how it sounds. We might layer a couple together just to make it a bit more unique. I'm going to loop it over our 8 bars just because it's going to keep it really simple. We'll actually press Command L in a second, Control L if you're on Windows, to create that classic looped feeling. That feels good. I'm actually going to create that second kick channel. We may actually group them together as well and resample it in a sec. So let's just go ahead and do that. I'm going to figure out what's missing. I feel like a bit more of a punch or body. Maybe this kick just has a nice sort of extra little bit of punch to it. So what I'm going to do is take off all the low end and just add the little bit at the top, really. Make sure it's the right pit. Let's look at how the phase aligns. It's okay. It might, yeah, it's roughly okay. We might have to pitch it up a little bit, but that's not the end of the world. That's good. Okay, that sounds good. What I'm going to do is just chuck Ableton's limiter on the kick, just to control the transient, go fast look ahead till we get that nice clean sound. Yeah, that's a huge difference. I'm going to turn it down a little bit just to blend that click to taste. Like 3 dB there is just the perfect amount. So we're going to duplicate that across. In fact, what I'm going to do is just create a new kick channel. I'm going to call it new kick. We're going to set the input here to resampling, and we're just going to resample this first kick drum, right? Now we've got our own, very own kick drum. Let's just see if there's any other changes we'd like to make. I feel like the low end amount with this kick drum is actually perfect for me. I don't even want to change the amount of low end. I can always do that later anyway. Okay, let's resample it, make a new color there. Perfect. Let's just shorten that there. Let's listen and make sure it's all good. Yeah. All right, now we can just delete this kick drum. While I think of it, I'm going to head to my master and just turn on my limiter for the sake of not getting clipping during this recording. I'm going to use the transparent mode. No gain for now, just as a safety feature. I do like to produce with a limiter on anyway. Right, this is our new kick sample. Let's consolidate that. Let's put that over a few different bars there. Again, we'll do 8. And this is a really good way just to come up with your own kick drum. Works in any genre, but particularly well in progressive house. Let's do a few claps now. Now, of course, in progressive house, like most house music, you want to clap on the 2 and 4. What I do notice a lot of producers do in progressive house, though, is they use multiple claps on different 2 and 4s or throughout the different parts of the arrangement. I'm just going to find one good clap sample for now, and then we'll kind of see which ones we might layer together, etc. I want something very short and understated. Like this one could be perfect, right? Nice. That actually sounds kind of good. We may layer in something else just to give it a bit more body. Maybe this one. Yeah, that gives it that perfect amount of tightness. I'm going to turn down clap 2 here. Again, I'm going to group the claps all in one. This time I'm not necessarily going to resample them straight away, although I may. I'm just also thinking with this bottom one, what if I pitched it up just 1? Nice. That's sounding really good. I'm actually just going to duplicate that over. What I'm thinking I may do here is on Ableton, you can actually press this D in the bottom right, and you can use this track delay just to offset the clap a little bit in time. I may put it like 3 to 5 milliseconds right before the kick transient, just to give it a little bit of that human kind of groove. Turn it down a little bit now because it kind of pokes out a bit more. Actually going to turn down the whole clap group too. Yeah, that sounds quite nice actually, just a little bit of offset. I am actually going to add in a third clap here. Again, this is going to be every 2 or 4 instances. I'm just going to add a bit of variation. I'm just listening to these samples again to figure out which one will be best. Something with a lot of like slack to it, I think. Maybe this one, like this mold. Maybe every third one we can try. This one I'm going to actually manually offset a little bit more without using the track delay, just because I want to see the difference. With these kind of samples, you have to sometimes turn them down quite a bit because they can poke out too much. It's also got a bit of a tail, so I'm going to fade that tail. I can actually bring it out even more. Maybe that's a bit too much. Let's just ease that back. You might have to play around with these kind of effects, really fine tune the exact timing you want. Maybe even a little bit more. I also feel like what I'm going to do is just bring on Ableton's channel EQ onto this clap, just because it's a nice vibe, but it just has a bit too much brightness to it. So I'm going to actually dull the high end a bit. It is kind of a secondary layer, so you don't want it to poke out too much. And I also still want the main clap to kind of hold up. So what I may do is group these 2 claps here, call this main clap, and I'm actually going to do the opposite on this one. I'm going to add a bit of extra brightness. Although it's adding a bit too much 2 to 3K for my liking. Yeah, that sounds a little more controlled now. Actually, I'm going to go back now that I've fixed that up and add a little bit of earliness to it. Yeah, that's quite nice. Bring it down a bit more. Yeah, that's sounding really good. Really nice variations in there. We may do some more later. For now, I'm going to go and leave the clap as is. I'm actually going to add in a new hat. This is going to be our classic offbeat hat. So we're just going to use a one shot for this. Actually should do, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to do a MIDI clip instead of an audio clip and bring in the right hat sound. I'm going to actually drag in the MIDI clip, put one on C3, legato it, make sure it's the right length. And I'm just going to audition a few different clap samples because it is important that we're getting the right sound in there. So let's bring in this one, listen to what they sound like. Could work. Let's duplicate the clap over now for the full 8 bars. That's a very good contender. I might leave it. Let's just try another one. Ooh. You know what? I'm going to actually leave that one in as like a shaker layer. That's really good, but I might not use it every hat hit. I might go back to the original one here. I'm just going to turn this off for a sec. Try a different one. You know what? We're going to convert this into a drum rack. I love doing this for hats because you can use multiple of them. We're going to need to actually move all those notes down to C1 now. I'm going to bring back in our more open hat. I think what I would like to do is use the open hat like this. Ooh. I actually love that stabby feel of this one. I'm wondering if I could layer this in as a second one at some point. Yeah, you know what? I might do that. So what I'm going to do is, just so I have the clip saved for later, I'm going to do this so I remember to add that second hat in there later. This could be nice for, say, the intro or something. That's nice. Now I just want to add a bit of like top sort of energy, like some percussion. So something like with a shaker sort of vibe to it. Let's just see what samples we've got here. Maybe that one. No, I want something like a bit more organic sounding than that. This one could be nice. Yeah. Let's just use the repitch warping mode on these ones, that just to maintain the fidelity of the sample. It's only 2 BPM difference from 123 to 125, but that sounds good. I'm gonna add an EQ8. Take out some of that mid-range, recolor it the same. That's nice. Now, going back to this shaker, what I might do is, let's say I want to, have every sort of third hat have a little bit of an extra pizzazz to it, right? Yeah. Wow, that is the vibe I'm going for. Okay, let's duplicate that across. See how that sounds. What I may do is also EQ this one, just so it kind of layers nicely in with the shaker here. Feels like there's a bit of a resonance in this one. I might just narrow that down. Yeah. It's all about these intricate details when it comes to the drums in progressive house. I may bring in another top loop and we might chop it up or something. Just do something a little bit different with this one. I'm not quite sure yet. Just something with a little more like metallic sort of texture. Oh, that's a good effect. We might add that in a bit later. Oh, that one could be nice. Again, the cool thing is with all these layers, you can like weave them in and out throughout the arrangement. Yeah, and then I think if we got this shaker, I'm going to use the split stereo pan mode. I'm going to call this one tops. We might just create a bit of stereo image in the track here by panning these two loops a little away from each other, just so they sound good. So let's solo both of these. I'm going to put the tops a bit to the right, so I'm going to move this left channel over, and then the opposite with the shaker. Bring the tops down a bit. The good thing with this sample is it's already at 125, so no stress there. Yeah, cool. That's a really good basic set of samples there. I'm thinking a few more things would be good. What I am going to do here is add a new MIDI clip. Sometimes I love to go to the drum kits included with Ableton for percussions and stuff like that, just to add a bit of a movement to the drums and make them a little less predictable. I think that's, but you also don't want to do it too much. So let's just kind of flick through some of these packs, see which has got the right kind of drum sounds for what we're going for, and see where we can go from there. We're looking for percussions. That is a good candidate. What I'm going to do is create like a... Let's create like a 4-bar clip for now and just see how we go. Whoa. Yeah. That's just the nice little bit of like percussion touch we want, right? That sort of stuff. Now let's listen to some of these other samples here. Maybe like this, and we'll bring down the velocity. And we might do something like this, the next one. Just so it's really subtle. Not sure about the placement of that, Tom. I think it's a bit too groovy with that in there. Maybe something like this. Maybe space it out a bit more. Yeah, that's a bit more progressive house. You know, we're spacing things out a little more. That's a cool sound. Oh, we could add that in every so often. I'm going to space those triangles out a little bit more. Bring down the whole kit. I'm going to take off this first triangle, I reckon. I'm going to do something kind of out of the ordinary. I'm actually going to chuck a delay on the entire kit here. Let's see how it sounds. Nice. And just to give the whole kit a bit more energy, I'm just going to add some of this multi-band compression. Put it before the delay. Cool. We're going to leave that for now. We'll call this perks. I really like the sound of this. It just adds a bit more interest to the drums rather than having it kind of the same as always. Okay, let's just see if there's any other last little bits of percussion or other layers you want to add in here. We may add in this percussion layer here, just like replacing. Oh man, that's really cool. What we're going to do is just go up here, add an extra little sample. I like this little rim shot thing. I'm going to add this a bit offset here. That's just sounding really, really solid. I think that's pretty much it. Oh, do you know what I am going to do? Ooh, let's just find one more and add a bit like of processing to it. Yeah, do you know what I'm going to do? Is I'm going to just bring this in again very subtly in the background. We're going to use, let's use complex this time just to add a bit of different texture. Push this right back in the background. I'm going to go into Ableton's effects. We're going to use something like a phaser flanger, maybe like a follower sort of thing. Guitar. I'm going to use a longer rate. Let's make sure it's synced here. And let's do something fun like a vocoder. And a bit of auto filter sort of fun. And like an echo, why not? Bring it up. And top it off with an auto pan, I reckon, just to add a bit of movement in the stereo field. I'm also going to probably take off some of the top end here, if I'm honest. It's just a bit too bright for this kind of sound. It's meant to be an effect, right? I just want my drums to stand out from the beginning as something different, right? And I think this layer is what achieves that. Compress it a bit. Nice. Weird effects drums. Cool. We may add more hat variations later, but let's just group this all as drums for now. I'm going to add a little bit of a limiter. Now I'm going to use actually my favorite Pro L2 here. I just like to use Pro L2 because it sounds really transparent. We're just going to get our drum loop banging as one unit, right? I like to use the 1-to-1 unity gain here so we don't actually get any extra volume. This just adds the input gain and then turns it down at the same time just so we're hearing only the control being applied by the limiter. And let's just see how that goes. controlling that clap transient a little bit there. With this tom here, I'm just gonna use, again, really quick, like, wondering if there's a way to add some channel EQ just on this. Or maybe take off the filter here. Add a bit of extra tops there. Nice, that's sounding really good. Maybe some compression on the drums. Let's just use glue compressor. That clipper is just engaging a little bit there. I'm gonna bring the kick down just a little bit. I'm going to dry wet this compressor. It's already engaging at 0 dB, so I don't really want to do a lot to it. Fast attack, kind of slow, faster release. Sorry, slow attack, fast release, low ratio, very subtle. Going to bring down the gain there a bit. Bring it up here. Great, that is our drums. We'll leave it for now. Again, we may come back later and make some adjustments, but let's go and make some nice atmosphere for these drums to sit on, some melodic, harmonic atmosphere, and then we'll kind of create the melody, the chords, the plucks, the bass from there. So what I love to do is take musical samples, add a ton of reverb to them and other processing, and transform them into sort of like a bed of atmosphere that the track can sit on. So I'm going to create a new audio track here and just find a sample from my library that I can kind of manipulate to what I want it to be. Let's just look through some of these chord sounds and stuff. Ooh, even that one is really good if I just took the end tail of it. Ooh. Turn off the warping so it's more of a consistent sound. What I may even do, the reverb built into this sample is actually kind of good. I'm wondering if I could just like crossfade like this. Kind of create this more, yeah, I guess consistent atmosphere sort of thing. Somehow. See how that sounds? I might add some extra reverb to it. I love there's this particular preset in Supermassive here, which just sounds so good. It's the spaces, the place, I think. I check this on 100%. Yeah. Resample it. We're just going to resample that. So let's just chuck it on. Turn this on. What we're going to do is we're going to EQ this now. There's just probably some nasty low end stuff we don't really need for a background pad. Quite aggressively with this times 4 filter, I'm going to filter it out. Yeah. Keeping some of the warmth, but mostly cutting it out. Yeah, let's just keep that going. We're going to put this right back down in the background though. We're going to really push it down out of the way. I'm gonna add auto filter. I could do this on the EQ, but I just love the sound of auto filter sometimes. Actually, you know what? Maybe I could just use the ×4 filter here. Maybe I actually don't. I'm gonna go back to auto filter. There's a motion to the atmosphere. I'm going to call this pad Atmos. We're going to color it more of a lovely sort of dark blue, I think. I'm going to delete the original there. Now that we've got our resample. All right, one thing I could try to do here is also like a bit of, I'm imagining like some nice grain delay or something like that, just to add a bit of octave sort of effect. Don't know how that's going to sound though. We'll go up the octave. I feel like that's something we could automate over time in the background. So I'm going to leave that at 0% for now. We'll come back and automate that later. But that's a really simple way to create like a nice Atmos. What I may do just to add an extra bit of texture is I might just find like a nice existing Atmos sample just for the sake of time and just kind of layer that in with it. Let's just try layering in a second one here just for fun. We're going to get this in the right key. I'm going to actually make this more of a fade up sort of thing over time. Yep. Let's resample that with the a bunch of reverb. I'm just going to send it to all my sends. Great. Okay, I'm going to resample that really quick. Great, that sounds really sick. Delete the original, listen to how that sounds now. Yeah. That's our pad atmosphere. Really nice movement with that second layer in there. And now I'm going to move on to the bassline. Okay, so let's bring in a new MIDI clip. Now we're going to use Serum for our main bassline. We're going to just start with a really good preset and kind of make it our own. So let's load up Serum here. I've got a bunch of progressive house basses that I downloaded. So let's kind of see what we can find. There's a couple at the top here. And then we can adjust this filter. The delay amount, I don't like the delay. The chorus amount's down, the reverb amount down. I might adjust this decay too. Filter down more. I might even do some external EQ myself, I think. Just to pull out some of the highs I don't really want in the bass. But what I might do is do it on an auto filter instead so I can modulate it later. Okay, now I'm just going to kind of pick a key. So what key are we in here? So we're in B minor, right? So I could do like a pattern just with the B in for now, just to get the vibe going. I'm going to bring down the volume again, open up the filter a little bit, I think, and just get the rhythm going, right? Could do our classic syncopated pattern. That's like a tried and true sort of thing in progressive house, is this syncopated dun dun dun. So every 3/16 you basically do a new one for until you hit the every 2 beat interval there. So dun 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 dun, and then you just loop that up. But I want to do something a little bit more interesting than that. I feel like I want to have my pattern do something proven but also unique at the same time. So I might offset this one here. That's kind of a great little bit of variation, right? I like that. And I'm going to do a little extra bass hit there. Let's duplicate that over. I'm not sure on this one here. Maybe we have to shorten them. Maybe even I'm just going to delete that note. Yeah, let's duplicate that up for now. I think it's just a good pattern, right? Pick a nice color for the bass. Let's go for like a nice kind of warm yellow sort of sound. I'm wondering if I went yeah, and then we'll go up like that. Oh, come on. This is going to sound great. I don't know about that double hit, to be honest. I think it's a bit too rhythmic. Let's try it down the octave. I may just quickly layer in a sub for this particular sound. I wouldn't always necessarily do this, but I'm just going to turn off oscillators here, the noise, and change this down to a sine. That just gives the sound some weight, right? Add some movement to this based on the filter envelope. And And now just to top this all off, I'm going to finish off the bass with maybe just a little bit of post-processing. I'm thinking here I may use Saturator. Something's weird going on in this sub here. I might just have a look. Turn off some of these effects maybe. Turn off reverb, delay, compressor. Yeah. Nice. Gonna do 1 dB push. Try some multi-band comp. Yeah, just a bit of control across the frequencies there. We're going to top this off with a sidechain compressor from the kick drum. Call this from the new kick. Make sure our EQ's on so it's high passing the input. We actually, you know what? I'm going to do a separate sidechain. I think that actually makes a lot more sense. I'm going to do that at the top of the track. We will copy the kick drum as the trigger, but we'll just shorten it a little bit. Turn it off on the channel over here so we're not getting it through the overall track. And we're just going to make it like a really short sort of stabby thing like this. Yeah, and then we can use it even when the kick is not active. So that's what I like about this. Let's just duplicate that across for now. And let's bring that in from the side chain. Dial in the right amount. I don't mind there being a little bit of a click because you won't hear that with the kick drum and it gets a bit of a snappier result. So it's kind of a nice, worthwhile trade-off for me. I'm going to bring the release a bit longer just because in progressive house, I do like to hear that sort of pump. So a longer release on the sidechain compressor allows the volume to kind of duck back in later. I am looking that it does make it back up to the 0 line though. Otherwise your release is probably too long and it's always kind of being compressed. Listen with the kick. Without it. And all I'm going to do on the group here is just use a bit of EQ to tame the low mids. It's just a bit too honky. Gives that bass some breathing room. That can frequency range from 100 to 300 hertz can very quickly get muddy sounding. Great, that is our baseline for now. We're probably going to play around with the pattern a little more throughout the arrangement. For this section, it's just sounding really solid. Before I move on to the next part, which will probably be some synth plucks and stuff like that, I am just going to copy over the sidechain to the pad Atmos. If I can spell words right, that would be good. And I'm just going to use it at a bit more of a subtle amount because I don't need as much ducking, but I do want to hear that effect. Maybe a bit faster on the release. Something like this. Yeah, subtle. And lastly, while I think of it, that ride needs a bit of a filter on it, I think, just to tame off the tops a bit more. It's just a bit too much. Yeah. Clap could go down a little bit still. This is sounding really good. All right, let's move on to the plucks. Okay, so now we've finally arrived at that point where we're going to add in our classic progressive house plucks, which are normally a saw-based sound with a bit of filter enveloping and whatnot. It's really about the composition with these. So what we're going to do here is I'm going to kind of show you how the sound by default is created. I'm actually going to copy our MIDI clip over for now onto a new one. We'll call this Pluck. Now, I may end up replacing it with a preset just because it might help me save a bit of time. And I want to also show you that it's fine to use presets. We'll color it like this kind of light green, or maybe even we'll go like a sort of purpley color. Why not? Yeah. We're going to load up a Serum instance here. Again, our classic trusty Serum. Now, normally how this sound is created is with a sort of plucky filter envelope, similar to how the bass is made, to be honest. What I'm going to do first is just solo the sound here. We're going to create like a sort of a chord here. Now, we've got this sort of should I say, what is it? It'd be like a dun, dun. It's like a if you're talking about a minor key, which would be B minor, this would be a 6/7 movement, right? It would be kind of a 4/5 movement if you're talking about a major key. But anyway, it doesn't really matter. Let's take this whole MIDI up and create the triads though. So I'm going to go up 7 semitones to add the 5th to both these chords. Now these are both major chords, so I can actually copy the bottom again, and I'm going to go up 4 semitones. Now I might go up the octave with this to voice it a bit openly. I feel like that'll just sound quite tense with that third on top, since it's kind of like leading into the relative major. The D, it kind of feels like it's building up to that. We may add some extra kind of color tones in here. For example, let's just see how it sounds when I decide the sound, and then let's add in that maybe some extra color tones, like some extensions, whatever. So to make this sound, right, we're going to have a saw wave. We're going to use probably an LFO1 as an envelope here. I think that'll just be the easiest way. Switch it to env mode, drag it on the cutoff. I'm going to shift control to make this unipolar, and then just drag the modulation down. I'm going to actually change this to a 24 dB per octave filter. Sounds a bit more tight. Maybe 18 actually. Bit of drive and resonance. Add a bit of a curve on the LFO to give it a bit of sort of this elasticity, I guess you could call it. Makes it sound a bit tighter again. Now, what some people will do is actually use a macro like this on the aux source just to move the amount of modulation. So it'll sound like this. That can be cool. I might leave it here, for example. But what I am going to do is also make this modulate the actual cutoff directly. So I'm going to call this open. I'm going to add a bit of a release to this as well. Bit of a sustained decrease. And maybe I'll go down the octave. Yeah. That's the classic vibe. I am just going to add a high pass filter on the post-processing here. Get rid of that muddy low end. Some people will add a second octave up like this. I would add a bit of a fine pitch if I was to do this. I'm just going to see how this sounds. I'm going to use my reverb send here just to add a bit of reverb on it. Yeah, that could be good. And we can actually adjust the speed of this LFO to get a different result. Bring that cutoff down. Softness on the attack. Some people will add a delay to this as well. Can be cool to kind of get a rhythmic effect. That is already sounding sick just with those effects that. I'm just going to adjust this open setting. Take some of those mids out. Add the same sidechain settings to the pluck, although maybe a little less with the threshold. There we go. Might even try a steeper slope here. Sometimes the EQ on these are a real piece of work. With a saw wave, they're really dense sounds. So now what I am going to do here is just duplicate the sound. I'm going to call this pluck 2. I might even layer it up with the second version, but I may also just replace it. Let's just see here. I'm going to go to one of the presets I was talking about earlier and just try pluck like this. I'm going to actually go down the octave with the MIDI. This one just has a few more like bells and whistles, like some reverb in the thing, an extra filter. I like that first one actually. Do you know what? I'm going to use this one in the intro and then bring this one in the breakdown just as something a little different. All right, I'm going to take the lows out of this. Gonna bring this a bit longer. Might even use like a different analog wavetable here. Some hyper dimension maybe. That sounds a bit better now. If we look at what's going on with this preset one, it's basically envelope 2 is doing a lot of the work with the pluck there on the filter cutoff of both, I believe, filters. Yeah. Well, it's actually the same modulation twice, I believe. Yeah, it's pretty good sound. Macro 2 is detune. I like it as is, and there's a bit of noise in this one too, among other things, EQ and stuff. I might layer them together. Mine's kind of a bit warmer sounding. Yeah, that's how I need to make mine a bit pluckier. That's what I need to do. There we go. That's the pluck there. I think those two layers work so well together, especially with this Atmos, which is actually a bit loud. I'm going to bring that down. And maybe just add a filter of some sort, maybe like a really subtle 12 dB. Productive one like that. Maybe an analog mode. There we go. That weird effects layer, I'm just going to bring down a little bit to make it more subtle. Yeah, just making it a little more bright, I want to. That curve, adjusting the relationship between the macro and the filter cutoff just makes it a little brighter. I think this one here, is it using, yeah, I might switch this to a 12. Wonder if I pan these slightly left and right, how they'll sound now. Yeah, that's nice. Configure that macro there just so we can modulate it now. I think that'll be cool. Again, we'll bring in that other one later. Nah, I'm gonna switch this back to 18. It's sounding great. Let's go 0.2 here. If I was to do this one here, let's just see which macro. I might play around with the filter cutoff directly here. I think that's probably the result I'd be playing around with. Bring that back down there. Maybe I'll change this to an 18. I'm gonna group these two plucks together. I'm gonna call this plucks. It's gonna do a bit of channel EQ, I reckon. That's sounding fantastic. The last thing I want to do here is, like I said, I want to play around with the actual notes. I want to add like a 7th in or something like that. Maybe I'll go up the octave. Yeah, something like this. See if I can get that sounding good. Like this. See if we can put this one in this MIDI too. That sounds really good. What I might do is actually make a version of the pluck. And this is what you really start doing in progressive house, is you start making versions of things for different parts of the arrangement, even when you're working on your loop. So I'm going to actually remove that note on the first version. So we have one version like this. That is sounding great. Okay, I think that is pretty much it. What I do want to do now is just add a little bit of piano in. Just to really add a bit of organic sort of texture to the track. It's more just a supportive element, and then we'll write our lead. So let's do that. Okay, so following this rough chord progression, I'm going to add in a piano. Now, I have a certain piano sort of instrument I created a while back. I'm just going to try and find it. I can't remember what it was called. It was kind of based off the old school, well, not the old school, the uplifting piano in Ableton by Spitfire Labs. But what I'm just going to do is just not uplifting piano, upright piano. That's what it's called. So I'm just going to, I'll bring in this upright piano soft maybe. I'm going to take the chord here and I'm going to put it on this MIDI. Okay, apparently we're missing all of the soft pianos. So let's just quickly load them all in there. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to just kind of do one drawn out one for now. And I'm going to... So what am I going to do? I'm going to take this bottom one. I'm actually going to add an EQ really quick to take all that low end out. It's nice to still have the low notes in there, even if you're EQing it out, because it still contributes to the texture of the sound. I'm also going to randomize this a little bit to make it sound more human. I'm going to actually offset some of these notes in terms of this here. I might replace the instrument in a second too. Something like this. You know what I might do is 3, 4 up the octave here. And I might make this more of a sort of trill sort of effect. It's more obvious. Like this. Yeah, now I'm going to go and add some sort of like supermassive delay or something to it. This is going to sound sick. Let's try this. Maybe not that much. I'm actually going to add a bit of OTT to this, I think, surprisingly. So it cuts through the mix a bit. Bring the mix down. I'm going to play with the velocity a bit. And on this one, I'm going to remove that sort of trill there. Have this extend out. I'm gonna bring this there. Add some high into this. Add some sidechain to this as well. Sounding good. I'm going to bring it up in volume a bit. Let me try more of an aggressive high pass. There we go. I'm going to do a little melodic run on the piano here too. I'm actually going to swap this for that other upright piano. I feel like I picked the wrong one. It sounds a little dorky. Maybe it's just me. Let's try this. Might be better. Ooh, that could be nice. Maybe I'll increase the volume now. Sidechain a bit less. Volume up on the fader. There we go. Bit loud. More reverb. There we go. Something like that. Okay, now what I'm going to do is add in a lead synth. I'm actually going to copy this MIDI over here, but I'm going to remove all of the bottom notes, right? And we're basically going to make this like a top lead. So just going to quickly put a new instance of Serum on here so we can hear the notes. So maybe we're going to... Okay, so we definitely need a new patch here, but let me just quickly get rid of these notes here. We may go down the octave on this particular one. So let's see how that sounds. This is sounding like it's going to be a good lead, even though it sounds terrible right now. All right, let's go find a preset. I think it's just going to be easy for the sake of time. Nothing wrong with using presets either. Not really the sound. Play with the ADSR here. I'm going to delete that first note there. Feels a little too dull for me. See if we can figure something out here. Maybe it needs a second layer. Let's do 2 layers for this sort of more drawn out sort of lead sound. It's more of a pad, to be honest, but it's a paddy lead, I guess you could say. Doesn't really matter. We're making music. All right, let's see what else we got in here. See if that sounds good. That could sound good. That's sounding nice. I think we need one more layer. This is a nice one. I think we just need something a little more energetic for this last layer. So maybe we might even jump out of our progressive house sounds and find another kind of style of lead to use, maybe. See how that sounds. Let's just quickly see what other leads there are in here. Don't know. No, I reckon we need to find something else. Let's go to the melodic house one for a sec, see if we can find something here. Yeah, that could be good. Yeah, decay. Oh, that's a good sound. Now we're just going to EQ each of these. I'm just going to high pass this one. Okay, we're going to adjust the ADSR here. Yeah. And a high pass filter here. And with that sidechain enabled. All right, let's get the lead cracking in terms of the grouping. Let's just check the relative volume of all of these. Can't speak words. Like, which one do I want to be the main one, right? I feel like I want this middle one here to be the main one. So let's actually move that up the top. Gonna turn that down, and that down. Bring down the overall volume here, and let's bring on our sidechain, the same one we got on our piano. Turn down the plucks a bit more. That's a good lead for now. Really liking the sound of this. I think one thing we just need to add now is a quick ARP just to add some like consistent brightness to the background. I think that'll be a really nice way to do it. So again, we're just going to load up really quickly one more Serum instance here. Find like a nice sort of higher ARP sound that'll sound nice. Again, in my progressive house pack's probably a good place to start. Let's find like a sort of sound here. This sort of pluck could be nice. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to start with the notes we have here. Let's just go remove all these extra ones after the first one there. What we're going to do actually is I'm going to put all these at the beginning. We're going to quantize those all, legato them all. We're going to arpeggiate using an Ableton arpeggiator. I'm going to get rid of those low notes. So we got, get rid of the bottom one. Go double the length, 16th. You're kidding me. That is incredible. I'm going to turn off the lead for a second. We're going to copy over the compressor here. And let's try up the octave for a second. I just want to see what it sounds like. want to see what some of these other patterns sound like though. Let's try this. No, I think I liked the original one. It was just, I think it was up. Okay, up and down is great. Try the gate a bit more. Okay, I think I'm going to use the higher one up as like a variation. I think we'll use that for now. We're going to go back to EQ8, just cut out some of this low end. I do just want to add a bit of multi-band just so I get a bit more consistency from the sound. Yeah. That sounds great. Okay, we're definitely gonna need to start freezing some of these tracks in a second. I'm going to quickly call this up. I will leave that as for now. We'll give it a nice sort of, why don't we give it like a nice orange sort of color? This is really starting to come together. I'm gonna freeze a few of these off screen, and then we're gonna come back. We may look at adding in a vocal next and just kind of see how that fits in. But at the same time, we're going to start fleshing out the drop arrangement now that we've got all of our main elements in here. We can start to think about how this flows over time, which is obviously super important in progressive house. All right, we're back the next day. Time to flesh out our drop arrangement a little bit for this first drop. Maybe a bit of the breakdown, some of this build over here. We'll see how we go. The reason I want to do this is because I want to give a bit of a context for when we add in a potential vocal. We'll see how we go. The vocal in this case isn't going to be a major sort of vocal. It might just be a little phrase we kind of weave in around what else is going on, right? So I'm going to kind of, again, using our default structure we have in here, I'm going to loop over a few of these elements to the next 8 bars. So I'm going to extend the loop just so we can hear how the 16 bar section sounds. Now, obviously, from way earlier, we had this extra hat sort of layer that kind of sounds like this. Let me just duplicate everything across. A bit more obvious as opposed to... Just gives it a little bit more energy. Now, one thing I'm thinking of doing is also playing around with how some of these drums come in. Yeah, I'll see that in a second. What I will do as well is duplicate over, for example, our ARP here. Let me just actually delete this one. I'm just going to duplicate it 4 times from here. I added this little gap in there just because the notes weren't restarting at the beginning of the clip properly. So that just allows me to do that. And I've frozen these 3 leads here. Now let's just look at the automation I've got on different elements. For example, let's do the automation on these 2 plucks and see how they kind of marry up. I'm just going to duplicate that across for the 2 there. I'm going to also unlock our automation. So our automation goes through there. Sure we can see that. I may delay the kind of decrease in energy a little bit over the transition just so it's not like a hard cut back to the original automation. That just makes it flow a little more. Let's copy across our bass for now. Just leave that as is. With our pad, I'm going to copy that across. And with this pad, I'm going to actually reverse it just so, again, we get a bit of a transition point and it's not just kind of a boring 8-bar loop. It's like a bit of a movement every 16 bars. Just lengthens out the loop feel a little bit. Yeah, we'll kind of go from there. One thing I did want to do, as I had earlier, is kind of automate this grain delay into this first pad Atmos layer here, just a little bit to kind of give it a bit of extra texture. And I think this would be a really good point to do it here. Let's just see how that sounds. That kind of adds an extra little bit of texture there. I'm going to add that in there, and I'm also just going to play with the filter cutoff here a little bit, just to add a bit of movement there. We're just creating that subtle bit of movement right in the background. I think that would be really cool. Might play around with the filter on this bass here as well. I'm just gonna bring it up like this. Just something like that to open it up every 16 bars. Again, we're getting these automations in early just so it kind of sounds good. I may also go into Serum here. I'm also gonna adjust, if I go and configure here, the filter actually in the synth, because opening up that filter is only going to change the sound so much. So I'm going to add a lane for each automated envelope. I'm going to do the same sort of thing here. Just draw in some automation like this. Maybe not quite as much yet. Still want it to sound relatively subdued, right? And what I'm going to do here is, with these two envelopes, is I'm just going to skew them a little bit higher so that we get a bit more of an opening up of the filter cutoff here on this second 8 bars. I just want to make sure it's not too over the top though, so we're just going to control that a little bit there. I'm going to remove the kick from the last 4 bars there. We also need to copy the sidechain over, almost forgot that. Need to color the clips the same. To do is add a little bit of a variation to the drums in this second half. I think using this percussion here, what I might do is on this last 4 bars here, just use the clap kind of on here. Just kind of create a little bit of a percussive sort of offset. Maybe I'll kind of put both in there. Kind of sounds good. Yeah, I think that's kind of the little percussive hit I was wanting. Might turn the tom off on that one. also on the main, I decided on the main drums here. This ride every 4 bars is probably not necessary. I'm gonna split that open, remove that one, and oh, not the whole thing, just this bit, and that there. Yeah, it's a very subtle increase in energy from this hat to this. I like the energy increase though. I'm actually going to probably copy over the first drums there to the next section. What I'm going to probably do is go keep this hat going. I'm actually probably going to take out some of these other loops though. I'm wondering if I'll take out this weird effects drums here, as opposed to I'm actually going to take out the toms as well. Yeah, maybe just the top ones. Same over here. Just to vary up the drums a little bit, you know? Yeah. While I think of it, I'm going to add a bit of an auto filter to the... Actually, you know what? Not even an auto filter. I'm going to use an EQ8 on ×4 mode. And we're just going to bring in this this EQ towards the end of the pattern here, just to really start to bring the energy of the low end out. Yeah, I think that's good. And I think we just want to really strip down the drums, considering we're about to head into the breakdown. I'm wondering if there's any other layers I could kind of remove here. What I'm going to do is keep the pad Atmos going. Again, we're going to lock the automation so we can make sure our new automation kind of stays in there. We're actually going to not use this pad, I think, in this section. Or actually, maybe we will as like a transition effect. We will actually use that. We'll kind of put the original bassline in there. I reckon we won't include the ARP in this new section. We are planning on adding a vocal in this section, so I kind of want something compositionally to change. What I probably will do is bring the original plucks back in. I actually am planning on here as well as kind of closing them towards the end. See how that sounds? Let's kind of add a bit of a curve just so the plucks kind of chill out. I'm also going to do the same sort of thing with the kick drum. I'm going to bring that same automation onto our bass group, probably at the end here. I'm probably with the bass going to make it less sharp, and I'm probably going to make the automation a little less drastic. So let's just pull that down a little bit there. Nice. And then we're going to copy the pattern to the breakdown there just because I do want that kind of going. Yeah, I think this is starting to sound like there's some space for that vocal coming in. I'm going to copy the piano over to this section. Going to copy our leads over to this section too. wondering for the first 8 bars now if I should just kind of mute this brighter lead. Just so there's something different between these two 8 bars. Again, little bits of variation really do make a difference. Kind of want to add some sort of like echo out from the reverb, whether it's just like an increase in the send there, just for a little bit. We'll go back to the negative 9.7 there, something like this. Again, we probably need to unfreeze the MIDI there to kind of get the right effect. Wondering if I should add like a nice delay or something. Ping pong maybe, increase that. Something like that maybe. Longer feedback or something. Copy that sidechain across. Again, we're probably just gonna chill the automation out on this filter cutoff a little bit so it's not so sudden. And in this full breakdown section, I am going to kind of make it so that the drums are somewhat reminiscent of the second section here. If I can copy that across. Kind of continuing something along, whether it's like I put the piano in here or something for fun. Maybe I have the bass continuing. Just the sub, just the tops, not the sub. Start to turn down the drums during this section a little bit, maybe just to kind of blur it in. We will add effects later to kind of indicate a bit more of a change in energy. I just like to do it without effects first, right? Yeah, that's like a really nice kind of fade out. I'm going to take out those weird effects drums. I meant to kind of do that there. Take out those perks in the breakdown. Back to the stripped back drums. Yeah, that's going to sound really nice going into the new pattern I have planned for the breakdown. Okay, so what we're going to do now is find a vocal to kind of use. I'm just going to close a bunch of these tracks here. Turn off our automation mode. I'm going to create a new track. We're going to call this one Vox. I think that's a nice color for it there. We're just going to find a sample. Now, we may need to go onto Splice to do this. Oh, that's the recording of this. let's find a nice sort of, I guess, let's try and find a vocal that's actually at 125. I think that'll be good. I'm going to just type in a random keyword. I feel like peace for some reason is a good keyword. Let's try, see if we can find that at 125. Nah. Not a kick drum.
Let me in, don't let me go. Let me.
Bit too like dark sounding for this track. Bit too poppy. Okay. We're gonna find a vocal. Let's go. Instruments, vocals, 125 BPM. Want a female vocal.
You know I don't. You never. I'm only here.
That legato like choir one could be cool.
And I'm a watch. Lights on, drunk crowd. You take all that I can give and waste time.
That could be cool.
No, I don't need your body, baby. I'll lose my breath on what I have left. I'll lose my sleep.
I also, I know I'm at, I think, B minor for this track, so kind of want to see something that's close to that.
I fall, but you don't mind. I fall, but you don't mind. I fall.
That could be a cool vocal. It's got quite a few effects on it. It could be the right effects. We'll have to see. Let's just see how it sounds with the key as well. If it decides to actually download. There we go. Let's copy that to our clipboard and let's paste it kind of in here. Let's make sure that is 125 BPM. Let's turn that down. Nah, it needs to go down because we're on D sharp, so that's now at C sharp, and then we need to go down 4. That could be cool. I'm gonna actually delete this section here and see if we can transition it directly to here. Could be a cool kind of effect. I'm going to take an EQ, remove my Pro Q3 there, which is my normal EQ. We're sticking to stock here. Let's bring up my high pass. Okay, we're going to remove some of this low end stuff. Cool. We're gonna fade that out there. I'm gonna add a new return track here with a delay on it. I'm probably just gonna use the Ableton stock delay to keep it really simple. Longer feedback. Let's just automate the amount of this bit here, right? I think that'll be good. Let's go like this. We're gonna go 8. Yeah. That fundamental is cranking. Nice. That's sounding really, really good. I might copy that over here. Let's unlock the automation. Getting a bit of latency. I might have to freeze a couple of tracks in a second. Let's just get this vocal sorted and I'll sort that. I'm going to try something here. This may sound terrible. I'm going to try pitching up just this section. Nah, that sounds really bad. Let's get back. I might try this up the octave or something. Try this. This one I'm going to try on Complex Pro, maybe. Try fade that. Fade that in there, maybe. Yeah, that's a really good vocal. I really think it works well. We're going to give it a bit of the same reverb we got here. We're going to turn down the delay loudness. Sounds good though. Yeah, and let's just kind of listen to this whole section now as best as we can. Before we do, let's just freeze a few of these layers just for the sake of... before we do, maybe we'll kind of tease this. Just one of these layers kind of looped up here, right at the bottom. Like hardly any automation, right? Just so it kind of has a bit of a vibe going on here. Like something like this. That's really quiet. Yeah. Yeah, turn off the loop. Okay, I'm just going to freeze a couple of these. Just because otherwise my CPU is going to die. And I think we'll have the first piano chord kind of coming in there. Maybe just like this one. And remove all those extra notes. Just like that. And then we'll do whatever there. But that is the vocal and that is a bit of the drop arrangement. Okay, now I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to start to do the intro. Really, now that we've got a lot of this stuff done, this is going to be really easy, guys. And that's what I'll show you in the next section. And then after that, we'll kind of polish up the breakdown, do the second drop. Again, that's all going to be a lot easier because we've done most of the work in terms of the arrangement. It's just picking and choosing the parts we want. So we'll do that next. All right, we're going to now do our intro and everything up to this first little breakdown here. So this section from around here will kind of be similar to what the drop feels like, although it'll probably transition to it in a bit more naturally as opposed to the breakdown and build up we're planning on doing here. So the first thing I'm going to do here is I'm just going to copy our kick pattern over. We're going to do it for the full 8 bars here for now. I am planning on adding that same high pass sort of automation I have added here. So I might, what have we got? 352. We may do it at 352 here as well, or wherever it kind of sounds good. We just have that click of the kick. We don't have the full kick drum. That is 252. Let's see how that sounds. Maybe even lower than that. You know, 17. Let's do 185. Yeah. See, those fine-tuned moments really do add up. Let's bring in our pad from here. And what I'm going to do, I'm actually not going to have this pad come in until about here. We're just going to kind of have this like this. I'm actually going to start this really muffled. This. Right, that sounds good. Maybe not quite as muffled, maybe. Yeah. And then I'm going to start with the up. Now I'm thinking I might loop up the up a little bit differently to how I've done it here. I might actually start with it sort of more high pass like this. Yeah. Slowly bring in the hat. Yeah, maybe bring it up on a utility like this. Yeah. Might bring in, oh, maybe I'll do that automation a little later. I'm going to lock the automation and copy over our pad there. I'm also then going to do a bit of that grain delay goodness towards the end of this section. Do this pad transition again here. Now what I'm going to do actually here, I'm going to do something a little different. I'm actually going to, I'm going to create a new audio track here. I'm going to resample our vocal onto it. Let's just do that really quickly here. And we'll see what kind of happens in a second. We're going to turn it into basically an atmospheric pad.
I fall, but you don't mind. I fall, but you don't mind.
Oh, I think this part here. Maybe this part even. Yeah, we're just going to take this part here and loop that up. That's going to sound sick. Just like this little intro ambience. And I'm going to actually probably EQ this a little differently. I am going to actually compress it quite a bit too, just so it's more even. Turn off the sidechain. EQ it. Make it more of like a band pass effect. Turn it down. Add our side chain onto that as well. I'm going to add a bit of a utility to it, I think, as well, just to kind of move it up and down over time to create that progressive energy build, right? Great, that's sounding good. Let's bring the kick drum in here. Full swing. Yeah. And we'll continue the up through this section. We're going to introduce the piano stab, similar to the one we brought down in here in the breakdown. Yeah. And we're going to bring in a few more of the drums. We'll bring in the tops, I think, here. Maybe just the first of the tops there. Yeah. Bring in that shaker little loop there as well. I'm going to copy that same utility over the shaker here so it comes in at the same time. Yeah. Now, one thing I've been meaning to see if I can do is open up the filter of this up. And I was going to automate this in the other section too. I think I will have a little subtle play with this, like this. Yeah, this is starting to really flow, especially when we added some effects, which I'm kind of deliberately not doing yet. I'm going to start to tease the pluck, I think, at some point around here. Maybe here, sort of coming in slowly, I'm thinking. Start to tease out some of these notes here. The same chord. Start to bring in the vocal around here.
I fall, but you don't know.
keep the kick drum going through this section. Yeah, keep that pad going. Keep the ARP going. We'll copy that section over here too. I do want to play around with the ARP somehow and kind of bring it out at some point. I'm just not quite sure how to do that yet. I'm just going to consolidate some of these layers here. I think at this point where the drum's energy keeps building, I want these layers in. I might even bring these ones in from here. Want the claps to come in there. I think what I'll do is I will, for like a few bars here, yeah, and then I'm gonna have the main pluck come in here. Maybe I'm gonna have the bass come in here a little bit. Start to tease the bass here. And we'll take that automation on the bass there. I think, what is it, 1.4 kilohertz we start at. Bring that up here so we kind of thin out the bass. That's sounding really good. Our project's starting to get quite beefy, so we hopefully will be able to carry on without losing our CPU. I'm thinking in this section here, we'll definitely up the energy of the hats like we did partway through the drop, except obviously this is a much slower transition to that. We'll copy over all of our drums the same, more or less. I'm also thinking here, I'm wanting to have like a full 4 bars with no kick drum. And I kind of want to figure out how I can transition out of the ARP. So I have to also copy all of our sidechain over. I haven't done that. That's probably why it's not sounding as good. So we're going to copy all this over. copy our drop automation over from like here. Okay, we're going to take this and bring this back in as like a sort of extra build layer in the background. Let's collapse some of these. You can see what's going on. Start to bring them in sort of here. Bring that in here. Transition's not exactly great yet, but we will get there. I'm starting to think now I might not bring the ARP in straight away. I might actually sort of do it a bit slower over this period. Slower. Put the piano in here. Yeah, I think that I'm going to bring this ARP back over here. And we're going to pull it back up to, what is it, 5.95, and then bring it back down to 337. 337. Bring that up there. Start bringing in that bar earlier, I reckon, even higher. I'm going to start teasing this. Put the vocal back in. Okay, this is starting to really flow. Next, I'm just going to focus on this little breakdown section into the drop here. I'm going to freeze a couple more things, save some CPU in the next section, which is something you may be doing too as you're making this track, or something similar, and then we'll go from there. Okay, so now we're going to add a few effects in, add some to the breakdown, but also just to the drop and track in general. And then we're going to head into the second breakdown, add some things there, flesh out our second drop, and finish with the outro. So there's a few things I think I want to add in. I want to add like some sort of background texture in the intro here, just like something a bit noisy. So I'm actually going to use some sort of like vinyl crackle of some sort or some sort of cassette noise. Not sure what I've got here. Let's have a quick look. Could be good. Let's see what else I've got here. Not really what I want, I don't think. No, so I'm going to go to splice here. Let's bring that up. We're going to just go crackle or something like that. Something subtle like this. Ooh. Yeah, I liked that one up here. This one's a nice sort of texture for the intro. So we're going to copy that. We're only going to use it in the intro probably. Probably add the same sidechain to it. Delete these other effects. I'm going to call it crackle. Probably going to fade it down over here, to be honest. Bring it down. I'm also going to get like some sort of maybe cache or like impact. Maybe like a noise impact, but like a very sort of subtle one. I don't want a very bright one yet. I'm going to go to most relevant here. Make sure I pick a good sample. Ooh, that could be good. Want something long though. Ooh. That could be nice. I really like the texture of this one. I'm going to copy that. I'm going to put this on bar 4 maybe. I'm actually just going to add an EQ to it to kind of push it into the... Oh, not an envelope follower. I'm going to add an EQ is what I want to add and push it out of the back into the background a bit by like low passing it. Turning it down and adding some verb. Might even pitch it down a little bit, I think, just to make it a little darker. Yeah. Nice. I think as well, I realized with the hats, I actually probably want them coming in a little earlier, like from silence here. Just so it's a more smooth transition. I want another impact here, something different and a bit more obvious. Again, probably not the main one. Let's kind of see what else we got here. Ooh. That could be nice at some point, maybe. We'll see how it sounds. Look, we don't have to commit to every single sound we use. That's the nature of production. Let's turn that down a ton. I'm going to add a delay to this one. Make it like a 8-beat delay, I think is what we want. Again, we're probably going to... I'm going to turn it down actually a little bit in pitch again. Yeah. And again, I'm just going to EQ it so we don't have as much of that top end. Turn it down even further. I'm going to put that effect over here again. know what I'm going to do as well is noise slow. I'm going to duplicate this one. I'm actually going to freeze this one. And I'm going to flatten it. I'm going to sweep it in. Reverse it here. And just give it like a bit of a sort of subtler texture pre the other impact coming in. Sort of like this. Just so it, I don't know. I just want it to have some sort of like, not everything happens on the one sort of effect. Okay, now what I'm going to do is I'm going to resample this whole thing. Noise transition. And I'm just going to bring it in resampling. Going to create a new effect here. We're just going to solo these two. This is how you create new effects, people. The simple way. Great, that looks awesome. We're going to delete these two now. Add a bit more verb to our version. I'm going to bring it up here in volume so I can see it better. I'm actually going to use the same supermassive I use on the piano on this, just to give it that spacey feel. And now I'm going to get more of a crash, sort of crash impact thing. So I'm going to go for Cashmere Crash. I feel like his are just solid all times. Yeah, I feel like that's a good one. We might pitch it up even. Do something different. Oh, it sounds fantastic. Let's try up an octave. Oh, not an octave, a couple semitones. Or 3 semitones. There we go. Down even more. And again, what we're going to do here is just take this, reverse it in. Maybe a little more than that. Turn it down a little bit on the intro. You know what, this time I'm going to move this here to be a little bit different. Again, I want the arrangement not to constantly feel predictable. Turn this down still yet again. Now I am going to use that crash at a different point in the track. Add some of our reverb to the Cashmere Crash. We're going to do a longer sort of impact. Again, I'm just going to keep it simple. You really want to layer up lots of effects to make everything sort of make it sound good. And unique too. I'm going to do noise impact. See, maybe we have to go noise and remove the word impact. Something like this. Yeah, that's a good one. I think he calls it an exhaust in his packs. Yeah. Noise medium. Yeah. I think exhaust. I think this one up here is probably good. We might need to high pass it a bit, but I like the texture of the sample. So we're going to bring it in. Yeah, let's remove this stuff here. Add an EQ. Down in volume, bit of reverb. Again, we might tame the tops here again too. You know what, I might even take the full thing, shorten it just a little bit, just so it's a bit more of a longer sweep. Bring it down in volume a little bit. I'm going to put this one yet again in slightly different rhythmic positioning. Bit of ear candy below that vocal in that moment. It's sounding good. We have this moment here. Copy that over. Might even take out the noise there. Fade it up like that. Again, every hit's a little bit different. I don't want too much energy to be added at all points in the track. Copy that across. Put that there. And then at the end here, right before the breakdown, put the crash. And again, what we're going to do here is bring that noise sweep in, all the stuff that we're gonna pull out all the stops here, right? We're gonna add more rises, more layers in a second, but this is really the main drop, right? So we really want to make sure this one has a lot of impact. Okay. I mean, it's just sounding so... I'm so happy with this track. Noise, impact. Okay, let's add like a sort of a riser type effect. Let's search for a riser. Sort by effects. This time I want to go for actually something for progressive house. I just feel like it'll be a bit easier to find something that's fitting well. That could work. It could be a little too intense. That could be a good one, maybe. Could be good. Again, I want something long here. Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's what I'm talking about. A long, big old build up. Okie doke. Let's pull this here. We're going to do this sort of leading into the breakdown, end in the breakdown, maybe. We're going to pull this off warping. Yeah, and you don't want many of your effects warped unless they are sort of a rhythmic effect. Okay, bring that down. A bit of adverb again. See how this sounds. Maybe we have to start to kind of fade this here. And we're going to bring this back here. See how it sounds. Make these effects all a little quieter. They're just a bit too much at the moment. We're going to go to the ARP here. Just so it cuts through in the breakdown, we're going to pull this up. I'm wondering if we should mute the pad Atmos in this section. I think the pad coming in slowly over time here would be good. Kind of coming out over time here as well. Just because we've heard it so much through the track already. I think it will really help just to create some tension here. I've already got this pad in the background here too. And I want to add maybe a secondary crash. For the drop, I just want there to be a little more energy every sort of 4 to 8 beats, or bars, should I say. So I'm going to find a crash. Again, I probably want something like progressive house specific if I can. Sometimes the samples here aren't actually what they think they are, but anyway. I want something a little more subtle. None of these are really cutting it for me. Maybe I could use this one and then add a bunch of reverb to it. It's kind of got a thin sort of sound to it. Look, let's see how it goes. So I'm going to add like a crap ton of reverb. Let's add some of that piano Valhalla Supermassive to it as well. I think that's actually a different one to what I thought it was. We're going to use space as the place. Maybe not. Maybe a large one. That could be good. Try that. We're gonna freeze this and flatten it as well. See how it sounds. Might be the wrong sound for the track. Might need to shape it a bit with EQ as well. It's pretty bright. Okay, let's see how we go with this. Flatten it. It's actually pretty good. Let's just EQ8 the tops. Maybe more subtle. Maybe no crash there. We might just do an impact here or something. Something like this. Add the crash there. Consolidate that crash into one here. Probably gonna do this here again too. I'm gonna do this riser here too. I actually like this riser or this crash sort of being the reverse here too. I want to see how that sounds, so let's reverse that. This up with that noise transition. Maybe here. Maybe fade this one in. And I'm gonna bring the vinyl crackle in here as well. So I feel like I need one more riser in this breakdown build section too, like here. When I can unfreeze these as well, I'm going to make the automation on the plucks go a lot higher than they do now. I'm also going to adjust this towards the end here. Yep, that sounded good. Let's find one more riser, like I said. Let's use a classic cashmere riser, I think. It's going to work well. Something really long. Nah. That could be good. Let's try that. Or yeah, let's try this. Copy that. I just got a bit more like texture to it, right? Yeah, it just has so much nice texture now. It also frees me up to use this riser in a more subtle way earlier in the track because the energy is now higher in the breakdown. I think I'm going to bring this in here, to be honest. Maybe a bit more subtle. Maybe, yeah, just teasing it with a bit of a fade at the end there is cool. Yeah, those fades between the effects are really nice to create energy. Really like how this is turning out. Really, really happy with this. Okay. What I'm thinking of doing as well is using some of these rises in the second breakdown. But I'm happy with that for now. Let's kind of start to flesh out our second breakdown, second drop and outro from there, and then we'll give it a final polish. But really quick, I did change this chord progression a little bit in the breakdown here, just to tease a chord progression I'm planning on using in the second breakdown just for a little bit. And I opened up the filter cutoff on both the synths there, just so it sounds a little cooler leading into the first drop. Yeah, that sounds really good. Okay, so now I'm going to copy that new pattern over from the first breakdown to the second one. I'm going to lock the automation so it kind of still has everything dialed in. I kind of actually want there to be just this 8 bars, if I can, of just pure kind of just the pad, right? I'm going to fade the second pattern right up towards the beginning there. I might actually make a bit of movement through this section just so it's a little something interesting going on. Maybe slow movements like this. And then maybe I'll do the chord progression again here, or the piano. Actually, no, I'm not going to do the piano. I kind of just want the plucks to come in. Maybe I'll automate the volume on this time, just so it's like they kind of come out of somewhere. What I'll even do is kind of want to, yeah, what I did actually leading into this section is I kept that top note, which was the F sharp there, from this top major. I kept that going through this section, and then that's what leads into that more seventh kind of voicing in the drop there. So I kind of want to keep that going. So I'm going to copy all that and do up to the F sharp there. All right, so that's not coming through at the moment, but that's because it's fully closed. I'm going to keep this going through here. Put that up there. Ooh. Do this. And then I'm going to leave that last one to not have that F sharp, just to add a bit of tension and variation. And I'm going to copy this to this clip here. Put it down the octave because it's a different octave. I'm actually going to mute this one for the first bit and then duplicate it across and activate it as we get into the second half of the build. But again, I want the utility gain to kind of come up from nothing if I can, like this. And then, so we're going to slowly bring it up like this. I'm just going to do a basic sort of movement and we'll get more nuanced as we go. What I may even do is actually have this first one kind of start coming in here. Mute those clips and then have it start to come in here. Very, very subtle. I'm going to bring this pad here. Okay, a bit more. Add some verb to that pad. Gonna bring the bass in maybe. And bring that up to the minor. Something like that. So I'm going to slowly bring this one in as well, transition it from nothing. Put a utility on here so it fades in like this. Have the pad Atmos continue. And what I want to happen is I want to have these hats come in here. That's going to be an epic build-up. That is super epic. We're actually going to open it up even more towards the end. Going to like have it go the craziest it ever does in the whole track. Yeah, like that level of craziness. We might need to compress it a little more. So this compressor just controls it so that the plucks don't get any louder when they open up in the filter. Super helpful to have on the group here, right? Right, so we might start to turn that down about here. We might chill it out to a point where it's like still quite energetic. And then it can kind of slowly chill out over time here. Keep the bass going. Now, where's that high pass coming from? Yeah, so I want this to kind of start coming down and then be open by the end of the drop. Yep. Now, what I do want is a secondary layer coming in. I want something a little more, I might have to design it from scratch, but something a little more second droppy. I want something a little more rich. Something like this could be cool. We listen to it without the filter on for a second. If we just turn that off, maybe. I'm going to pull out the lows with a high pass filter because we've already got a sub. I'm going to change this to a more analog shape sort of thing. Maybe I'll try the multi-band saw. Where is that? MB saw. Try some colorful distortion. Something different. Okay, we're going to use a macro to increase that drive just a little bit, right? Maybe we won't use that one. Multi-band comp. Yeah, that's cool. Let's color it up with like a nice filter before the distortion, maybe. Maybe after. Ooh. Yeah. Noise. Add some analog noise. Yeah. Okay. So I'm not going to macro the drive as much. Going to macro the decay a little bit. Macro the filter a little bit. Yeah, maybe a bit of an EQ at the end. Yeah. Nice. Let's macro that. We've just designed a nice kind of progressive house build sound from scratch. So let's chuck. Oh, we've already got the sidechain on, right? Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to call this breakdown 2 bass. Yeah, that's sounding good. Let's sort of... Yeah, let's listen to just the bass on its own. I think I want to bring this bass up as well with everything else. Sort of start to bring it up here. So it opens, everything's opening up together. That's what we're trying to create here, right? Yeah. Okay, we're going to also automate the volume of this, so it's going to come in a little subtly. Okay, delete that automation. We don't want to do it on there. We want to do it with the utility. These builds are really intricate, guys. Got to get them right. So we got to do this here, this here, this here. Yeah. Nice, that's sounding good. We're gonna bring that up like that. Yeah, this is gonna sound so sick. And then we're gonna copy over the bass line there. We're gonna bring in our sub. Yeah, let's bring in all of our goodies from the drop and bring them over to drop 2. Gotta bring that down. All right, this is starting to sound really energetic. I'm really happy with this. we're gonna do. Yeah, that's the new chord progression. So one thing I've been meaning to do for ages is add a filter on this keys. And use it just in moments like this where I just want the keys to be more subtle. I also think this would be good at the beginning of the track. Yeah, that's good. We're going to use our classic bass clef washout, I think, in this build, second build specifically. Look, you got to do it, you know. It's you just got to do it. All right, so we're going to do it over these 3 bits here. Just like pull it in like this. Maybe not the fab filter gain, Aiden. That would be good. Let's do here. Sorry about everyone's ears there. That's really nice. We're going to keep that going through there. Maybe we'll actually move that over there. We'll just use the single chord hit. Gonna pull out the main weird drums there. One thing I want is like a snare. So we're gonna find like a nice progressive house snare, just so we can use something in the build on like a MIDI clip of some sort. That's definitely not what we want. Something like this. You know what? I could even just use like a classic 909 snare with kind of a high pass. Let's do that. I can't be bothered finding the right sound right now, and that is totally fine. So we're going to just grab a drums. We're going to go 909, I think, would be the best here. Yep. We're going to do like a classic snare build up. So it'll be like 16th notes. Yeah, come on. Do that the whole time. Get that energy going. Easy done, right? This is going to give it that full-on trancey vibe, right? We're going to really have it start subtle in the background. We're going to automate the high pass as well. And the low pass, because why not? now we need some of these big, long sweeps here. And we're going to take the volume and we're going to sort of fade that out here. I'm going to add the crash symbol. Yeah, and I think what we need to do here is that volume gain on the plucks again. Just in the build up, it just gets a bit too loud. Yeah. Something like that could be cool. I'm wondering if we should bring the ARP in during the build here as well. Also going to keep the, oh yeah, this is going to be sick. We're going to keep all of, like this. We're going to keep all the notes droning on that B. Gonna keep everything like this. Yeah, and I reckon the bass will pull out for these last two ones here. Something like this. Boom, boom, boom. Something like this. Pull the piano chord out there. Last snares. Arps out. Pull out all the Atmos here. Really give it some space. Maybe I'll give the bass here like. I'll change this last chord. I reckon it just needs to. I like it staying on the same chord. Maybe what I'll do here is I'll just let this last chord ring out. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah. Like that. On this one down here, we will do the same thing. Let that last chord ring out. going to add a bit of a high pass here just to control the highs of that pluck at the end. That's a cool kind of bass sound. It might just reduce a bit the highs. Just figuring out how I'm going to work this in. That's really all it is, right? It just... You know what? I'm going to take the bass out. It just sounds better without it. Copy over that ARP automation. Whoa, did not mean to do that. Yeah, I do want that chord in there. Pad again towards the end. It's nice to have a moat without the pad there. Okay, one thing we haven't used is the vocals in the build, so we're going to do that now. Nah, I think a bit earlier. Volume automation, it's way too loud here. Gonna go like here. sounding so sick. Okay, now we've just got to really finish the outro. This should be really sweet. What we do need to do is bring in the sidechain, probably here. Now, what I am thinking of doing is consolidating this entire sidechain clip here. We're going to fade in the sidechain so that it slowly blends in over time, over the course of the breakdown. Then we're going to copy over our sidechain original one to the drop so that by the time most of the breakdown's over, the sidechain's fully engaged, basically. So for these last two sections of the drop, I'm just going to copy this section here. So I'm going to switch back to the old pattern basically at this steady point in the drop. All right, we're going to copy these two over here. I kind of want to see if I can reintroduce the bass here. Copy over the stuff here. Have a full I want to have a full bunch of time here without the kick. Bring that pad in there. Bring the high pass on the bass there. I might keep the clap going through the first part of the outro there. You know what, I'm going to do the claps through the whole outro just for something different. to bring the frequency down to the pad. I do want a bit more of the ARP earlier. Yeah, bit of a high pass out. Might just add a few more effects here. Yeah. That's sounding pretty good. I really liked that sort of effect I had in the intro. There's a few I want to kind of replicate over here. There we go. That's a lovely sort of outro there. Really, really happy with how this is turning out. Okay, basically what I'm going to do now is just kind of go through the full arrangement, polish anything up at this point. I think there's a few things I want to polish up on the second drop. Give it a final mix and master, and then we're pretty much done, guys. So let's go do that now. Okay, let's go from left to right in the track, see what's missing in the track, see what we could add to kind of polish things off. And then we're going to do a final mix down and then a final master. And that's pretty much it. I'm going to call that snare build. And then we'll be done. All right, let's listen from the beginning, guys, and see where we're at. All good so far. Piano might be a touch too loud when it comes in. So with the high pass on the bass, I'm just going to make that come in a little less, like it's going to only slam into 0 hertz at the end there. Just so it keeps that bass energy out a little longer. I'm also gonna put this up over 4 bars here. We're gonna do the utility gain thing so that it comes in a little more subtly rather than straight away. This is the second pluck layer we're talking about. like that. Bring up that compressor a little bit on the overall pluck group so it's not compressing. One thing I am going to do on just the overall effects group is just a little bit of a low pass, just because some of those effects are a bit bright. Now I'm also going to do the same thing with the drums here. Just like a subtle one. Just some of those drum hits are a bit bright. Very subtle stuff, right? Just on this bass here, I'm wondering if I should high pass out some of the lows. I'm actually just not going to do that. I'm just going to take out some of this stuff here. It's really resonant. I will give it a little bit of a shelf though. That might make it a little more balanced there. Yeah, that feels a little more balanced, to be honest. Fix up that transition there. I might actually create a bit of a sweep on the high pass filter on the bass group here. This cymbal in particular is a little less high end. Wondering if I could add a bit more mid-range to this vocal. gonna try this in here. No, I actually like it without that noise. I'm gonna make this effect quite quiet here. What I'm going to do here is reverse this long sweep here as well. Tone it down a bit, just so it has a bit more of an impact. Same with this one. I'm going to reverse that, turn it down. Copy that automation over here. Delay as well. For some reason, the lead just isn't poking through enough for me here. Oh, it could be because of the piano. When this ARP comes in here, I do want it to kind of have a bit of a filter in. I want the filter to open up on this pad as well, a bit more than it has throughout the whole track. I'm just going to add a subtle bit of sidechain to the effects, like really subtle. With the ARP as well, I'm going to leave that open. Actually, I'm going to open it up quite a bit here, maybe. Put that there. So those timings are a bit off there. Fix the ARP up. This is why you do your double checks at the end, everybody. I think that one's okay. I think we're also missing the vocal. So let's make sure we bring that in here, which would be from the more energy part. Alright, we're really starting to run out of space here. copy a few of these effects over. So basically, we're just going to take these 3 sections of the drop, probably from here and here onwards, and more or less just copy them to this part of the drop, which is from here. We don't currently have really many effects in there. Put that there. Really starting to get this project finished up now. Might take the ARP out from this section, actually. Yeah, it sounds good. I think that's pretty much it for the rest of the track. I'm actually really happy with this. I think there's one moment with the vocal here. I just want this one to say, I fall, and that's it. Okay. I want to take the piano reverb. Maybe I'm going to add like a Valhalla hit or something right at the end here on like a really big sort of reverb sound. Space is the place is the one I have in mind. And we literally have it like this. As for these, you know, sort of delays and stuff, I'm just going to copy that. Bring that down there. That's a cool, like, outro effect, I think. Then we'll do a crash here. Do this one. With this one here, we can do. Yeah. Nice little effect at the end. Perfect. I think that's pretty much it. Now let's just give this a final mix down. Okay, final mix and master. Let's go. We're pretty much done here. The mix we've done as we've gone, and I'm pretty happy with it. We're just going to kind of listen for any kind of major issues, mostly in the drop. I think the bass would be the main one I'm going to play around with, just because I noticed the bass and the chords are kind of clashing a little bit, and then we'll kind of polish it off with some mastering. All right, let's give this part of the section a listen. gonna turn the sub down a little bit. That sounds pretty good there. I think the sub was just a bit loud and that was causing a bit of mud in the signal. I'm gonna add a bit of, I think just in the upper mids of these plucks. Right, this part. Just a bit much. Yeah, that sounds a lot better now. One thing I wanted to do is add a bit of my drums reverb send to my drums. Just give it a bit of, basically it's a very short sort of reverb, 750 milliseconds, just to add a bit of texture and ambience. Might add a bit in particular to my clap though. This was a little too dry before. Might take out some of the highs in this reverb. Maybe I'll make it even a little bit more less decay. Yeah, that's just a subtle amount of reverb. Make it feel a little more human. I'm just going to compare it to our reference track up here for a sec. Now, I'm going to go into my master here, so just bear in mind, I'm just going to give it a bit of extra loudness. Now our track just feels at a more kind of standard level of loudness. To be honest, even just that quick comparison, the general energy of both my track and the reference track felt similar. You know, I'm pretty happy there. I'm actually really happy with the mix overall. I don't think there's huge amounts of things I need to change. I might give a little bit more brightness to the lead, maybe. Maybe just a bit. Maybe in this section. And it's more overarching loudness of the brightness, should I say. Not just the tops, just like in general, I want a bit more of like this upper mid and high frequencies. Yeah. Just help it cut through a little bit more. I gotta turn this one off. Bit more high. A little less of the vocal. Honestly, it sounds super solid. Let's just go to the master now. One thing I want to do is just use a channel EQ to just taper off the lows a little bit. Just the tiniest bit. tiny bit of the highs too. I'm going to try bringing in a glue compressor just to control and glue the mix together before we add any sort of limiting as well. See, it's activating there by default. We might just leave it as that. Clipper there is catching any peaks. And the last thing I want to do is just add a bit of multi-band comp as well before the glue compressor. I just want to see if this preset just has that control over the frequencies that I'm after, so it feels like a polished, finished record. 20% is normally a good amount for this kind of stuff. I'm going to do less. For some reason, I just feel like we lose a bit of low end. You know, in this case, I don't think we need that. I don't think it's adding what I want to the track, so I'm not going to use it. And guys, I think that's it. I think we've finally, 4 hours or so later, gotten to the end of this track. So, what am I going to do now? I literally think that's it. Oh, last thing I did want to do was just double check the stereo image. Listen to how that sounds. Might add a bit of mid-side EQ here just to control it. Mid-side on the side channel, I'm going to add a high-pass filter. Boost the highs there a bit, just control that. The stereo image feels really solid though, so I don't need to add any stereo effects, I don't think, in this case. The only exception there is maybe I'll use my stereo send here just on the lead, which is just going to add a bit of stereo image with this Ozone Imager 2 setup I got. Might add a bit to my bass too. I'm not going to add any to my bass actually, it's pretty good. Do I need anything on my plucks? Again, pretty stereo as is. A lot of the things in this track are already pretty stereo. Maybe a bit of my up. Just a tiny bit, but like, yeah, I think that's pretty good. Honestly, let's just finish this. Let's call it a day. Let's give it a final listen from start to finish. Happy with our final work. Enjoy the fruits of our labor. Let's go. There we have it, guys. That is how to make progressive house. This has been a monster course, but I really hope you've been able to see every part of the process, from creating a song idea, fleshing it out with all the elements, expanding it out into a full arrangement, adding all the effects and detail, huge amounts of automation, movement in the track, and finally mixing, mastering, and polishing it up to a professional standard. This project, again, you can grab it for free down below. Just enter your email so I know where to send it. And again, if you'd like me to help you make music like this one-on-one, I do private coaching. I do have a program, and I'd love to have you inside. So you can learn more about that down below in the description and book a free call with me and we can have a chat. And that is it for this course, guys. Until next time, happy producing.